Monday, meet people who return with visions of hell from beyond death's door on That's Incredible. Then Dynasty.
She knows about it.
Love triangles erupt.
Son, Matthew Blaisdell's wife.
This has to be the last time we see each other.
And Fallon's deceitful affairs drive Blake to revenge.
You just can't go around beating up every man in Colorado I sleep with.
Then Soap returns. Who will survive when Danny meets his real father Monday?
All tomorrow night starting at 8 here on ABC.
Wednesday, Jonathan Winters and Larry Storch shake up Debbie Reynolds.
It's an earthquake.
And it's an unexpected surprise for Ken Berry on Aloha Paradise.
I'm going to have a baby.
Then, on Vegas, Finzer's secret past catches up with him, and now Dan Tannen's the man to protect his future.
Wednesday on ABC.
We've got things you can be sure of, like a holiday parade, boosters growing, children growing, and the taste of Minute Maid.
You're sure of homemade pies, lullabies, picnics under sunny skies, and the taste of Minute Maid.
The great taste of 100% pure Minute Maid orange juice is never going to change, and that you can be sure of.
Make sure of the taste, make sure of the taste, make it Minute Maid.
Lincoln Mercury Division announces the 10% cash savings plan. Starting now, you can get a check for 10% of the base vehicle sticker price on every new 81 Capri and Zipper, Cougar, and Cougar XR7. Lincoln, all the way up to $1,769 on Mark 6 4-door or Signature Series. The 10% cash savings plan direct from Lincoln Mercury. Buy, lease, or order the car of your choice now through March 21st.
Do you know me? I won a few gold medals in the 1968 Olympics as an amateur. But skiing for me now is a business. And for that, I need an American Express card. And for the receipts that they send back with the bill. Believe me, those records are easier to keep than speed records in the downhill.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
Oh, not again.
What you writing, Dad?
Mistakes.
You need a pen that erases.
Pens don't erase, dear.
Eraser made erases.
Erases? I don't believe it.
This is the ballpoint pen that does the unbelievable. Erases. The Eraser-Mate pen has a special patented ink that gives you time to erase mistakes this easily and eventually becomes permanent.
Eraser-Mate, you're unbelievable.
Eraser-Mate, the erasable pen from Paper-Mate.
The Deep, starring Robert Shaw, Jacqueline Bissett, and Nick Nolte, will continue in a moment.
You won't believe your eyes when you see the greatest American hero, and neither will he.
Many women around the world look younger than they are.
Nicole Urbain, I'm 38.
People hardly ever guess my age. It's 35.
These women share the secret you know is oil of Olay. Each drop is similar to the fluids abundant in younger skin.
It's true. I'm 31.
Share the secret of oil of Olay. It can help you look younger, too.
How old am I? 41 and a half.
I remember the night it started and how it all began. We toasted life in our special way. Here's to Gribari, a friend along the way. A taste of love, a taste of dreams come true.
Gribari, a great companion for 75 years.
Here's to love, Gribari wine.
I'll have highlights of Davis Cup action tonight, 11 o'clock.
We return now to The Deep.
X is for extra sexy. X is for extra dazzling. And now X is for extra body. Introducing brand new Flex X. Extra body shampoo with balsam and protein. Plus, an extra Revlon body builder no other shampoo has. Feel the extra rich lather, the extra sexy body you get. X marks the spot. X marks the winner. X marks the newest Flex. Extra body shampoo and extra body conditioner, too, from Revlon. Extra beautiful.
Meet Lipton tea lover Don Meredith.
Hey, this isn't Lipton,
How do you know, John?
because you didn't use Lipton's flow-through bag.
You see it? I knew you guys couldn't fool him.
Don, what makes Lipton so different?
Guess it's the special teas Lipton puts in this little rascal.
Show me.
Okay, let's see. They say there's around 20 quality teas in here. Gotta be this rich blend makes it taste so good.
You really do know your Lipton.
Hey, can't fool a Lipton tea lover.
Karen left the waterfall, bound for Fairview Road. Next day the fuzz took her away on lies Shiller's told. The Commonwealth's investigation was putrid and disease. The turtles showed the world the truth and brought them to their knees. Yeah! You know you're going down. You know you're going down. We'll never get away with Aaron. Yeah! We'll never get away with Donald. Yeah! We'll never get away with Aaron. Yeah! We'll never get away with Donald. Chloe turned up missing in the house was quickly sold. Then Carl found Jen's Google search house hung and dying cold. Dropped Elon placed in the snow to die with just one shoe. You fucking pricks, you set her up. Now here comes the boom. Oh! You know you're going down. You know you're going down. We'll never get away with Aaron. Yeah! We'll never get away with Donald. Yeah! We'll never get away with Aaron. Yeah! We'll never get away with Donald.
His injuries were inconsistent with the damage on the car. The damage on the car was inconsistent with having made contact with Joe O'Keefe's body. In other words, the car didn't hit him, and he wasn't hit by the car. Period. Full stop.
Woo! Welcome back, folks. I know that most, if not all of you, were here earlier when we went over today's hearing, day 8, I believe it is. And yeah, pretty wild, man. We're gonna recap a little bit of that. I have not done that yet, but these are the testimonies that we've really been waiting for here. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do is we are going to welcome, Scott. It's good to see you, buddy. Cheers. We are going to go over the usual Turtleboy appearance on Howie Carr live. And listen to Turtleboy gloat as he has earned his bragging rights, and listen to him rub it in to the haters via Howie Carr, which we always love so much. And because I mean, who better to do it, right? So we're gonna go over that. I'm watching Howie backstage here, kind of getting ready for that because Turtleboy should be on in the next 5 minutes. But to give you a little bit of a quick recap, so Chris Albert, aka thank you to Turtleboy, Chicken Palm Charlie, he took the stand today. Chris Albert owns, I guess, D&E Pizza, and he is married to Julie Albert, who also took the stand today, following his testimony and cross-examination. And the now Chris Albert also sits on the Canton Select Board. Okay, Chris Albert sits on the Canton Select Board, but during his direct testimony, he did not mention this at all. This was not asked of him, even though you would think that this is very important information, especially when asked what he does for a living. So, I mean, people, it's pretty shady that he tried to elude this, tried to keep this away from the jury. Because it was fairly obvious that's what he was doing. It's fairly obvious that that's what Adam Lally was doing. So now Julie Albert takes the stand. Julie Albert isn't quite as educated in the smarts of streets. And and she gets tripped up pretty good by the cross-examination, as does Chris Albert. Because what the defense is trying to do, they are trying to discredit the prosecution's witnesses as much as possible, and they are doing so. If they have not discredited them, they have basically made them their witnesses that help the defense, without their knowledge or cooperation. They just did this. We know this because prior to every single cross-examination, Jackson and or Yannetti will say, we have never met before. Is that true? Or you and I have never had a conversation prior to this. Is that true? And when that happens, we know that they were not prepped in any way, shape, or form. At least not by the defense. And it sure as shit sounds like the prosecution's not prepping them either. So it's really interesting. And yeah, blood pizza. Yeah. So Chris Albert, more importantly, is the older brother or younger brother, the younger brother of Brian Albert, who was the owner of 34 Fairview, the house on 34 Fairview, where the property where John O'Keefe was discovered by his girlfriend, Karen Reed, while being driven around in her vehicle by Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, who will be taking the stand, as I understand it, probably tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. And we will get to that testimony because I am dying to know what her explanation is for the 227 Google search. I am dying to know what her explanation is for how she was dialing 911, or what her demeanor was on explaining to the 911 operator who John O'Keefe was when she basically failed to explain who John O'Keefe was. So I'd like to hear what her explanation for this is, but I'm not sure that this is going to get brought up. But we are all really, really, really hoping that this does get brought up. But I'm sure that whatever Jackson and or Yannetti brings up is going to be very, very pertinent to their third-party culprit defense, which they are doing an excellent job building up to. So far, what we're seeing as far as their strategy goes, Karen Reed's defense seems to be discrediting and or taking the witnesses brought on by the prosecution and basically making them work for the defense. Now, aside from that, along with that, what they're doing is building up to their third-party culprit defense. And they're doing so in a timeline that is presented by the prosecution. This way, the jury has no way to question it. This is genius. And right now, the jury is absolutely in the pockets of Karen Reed's defense team. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind about this. So we're approaching here Howie Carr about to go live here. It's just commercials right now, but Howie's about to bring on Turtleboy in just a minute. He's normally right on time when that happens. And so we're just waiting for that to happen here. Oh, yeah, we haven't even gotten to I mean, I discussed it earlier today, but we're going to discuss that some more too. The issue with Judge Beverly Cannoni is one that cannot be ignored. And you noticed that Scott earlier asked in chat how many believe that what Judge Bev is doing here is criminal. I'm in agreement with that. And Scott is also a retired law enforcement officer in New York City.
Actions are how economies determine.
So there's a reason why what she's doing is absolutely criminal, in my opinion, anyway. So, and we are going to discuss that, especially specifically with the people who took the stand today as witnesses.
ENS and makes a 10% non-refundable deposit that day. In the Manning method, you set the terms which all buyers must follow. JJ Manning uses their 30-30 marketing plan, 30 days of marketing.
He looks like he's enjoying that conversation quite a bit. I do love the banter between Turtleboy and Howie.
Strap yourself in. It's time.
No,
for the Howie
you would have the
Carr
head
show.
My commitment to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist as an independent Jewish state is ironclad.
Now, this contract is 100% ironclad, with one minor exception.
They're going to Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
We are about to talk with one of the most capable, influential, bold, and fearless thinkers.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Let me just tell you, you guys are going to have to be ready for this. Ready for certain language. And I said very loudly, ovaries.
You are a laughingstock. You are a joke. These people are laughing at you. You're nothing. You have no brains, no ability, nothing.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Moby Dick's sold out. All right, that was it's great, and you know whether you got a gift certificate or not, Moby Dick's is an amazing place down on the Cape Cod. So check it out. You may have another chance to get some at some point in the season. 844-500-4242. The Karen Reed murder trial is heating up. It's getting better and better as we get into the McAlberts, and then followed by the some of the cops that have told different stories to different grand juries. And so we wanted to bring Turtleboy on a little earlier today, and I want to start off by playing Turtleboy. Thanks for being with us, first of all.
Thanks for having me, Howie.
First of all, I want to play a sound cut that caught my ear very early in the day. Cut 12.
Later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
Fireball.
Nothing says responsible drinking.
Well played, Howie.
Like buying a round of fireballs late in the evening, especially if you've gone to prison for 6 months for killing someone and then running away in your car.
That's right.
Fireball is like the international sign for a ratchet, as we call them, Howie. Like everybody I've ever met who drinks Fireball is a confirmed ratchet.
Facts.
That doesn't surprise me.
Facts.
But I mean, again, these are not responsible people. I mean, it's one. I got nothing against people who drink Fireballs or anything like that. But I mean, this guy has a terrible record. And by the way, was the jury told about his driving record, about his killing people? He's a jailbird.
Yeah, I don't think that didn't come up today in the cross-examination. So
they must have stopped it.
It probably would have been objected to anyway.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of home cooking going on in that courtroom.
Yeah.
And neutral observers are saying it. Whatever read comment sections from independent media outlets, people just across the country seeing the story, they can't believe all of the objections that are sustained and the stuff that is kept out. Like today, what was kept out was pictures from Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, where Chris Albert, Colin Albert, who was the ring bearer, and Julie Albert are sitting at the head table with Michael Proctor. Those pictures were not allowed into evidence, which would have established like a decade-long relationship between the two families.
Right. I'm just thinking of the old line from the Rolling Stones song, "Judge and jury walk out hand in hand." I mean, this is the fix was in from day one.
Yeah, but even so, today was another disastrous day for the Commonwealth. They haven't had any good days so far. They got up there. Chris Albert, basically, I mean,
now Chris Albert is also known as Chicken Parm Charlie. That's your memorable phrase for him, Chicken Parm Charlie. He owns the pizza place. That's another thing that caught my mind. You came over. I closed the restaurant. I closed the Chicken Parm restaurant around 10 o'clock, and then I came over to the bar and I ordered some food. And I'm thinking he must really be impressed with his own restaurant if he goes to a bar to order some food after he waits till 10:30 to eat. I mean, what is going on?
You know what? Don't get the chicken parm. It's mediocre. I wouldn't recommend it. But So, I mean, he accidentally put his son in the house, 34 Fairview Road today with his testimony, and he got caught towards the end. So they've been trying for the last year or so to insist that then 17-year-old Colin Albert was not inside the house when John O'Keefe arrived. They claim he left at 12:10, and they've produced an unverified text message where Allie McCabe says, "I'm here," and we don't know where "here" is. And so he wasn't in the house, even though it wouldn't matter if he's in the house because Karen Reed hit him with the car outside, right? So it doesn't matter if Colin's in the house. But either way, they've been trying hard to get this kid out of that house. And it all came to a crashing end today because Chris Albert said that he left the waterfall bar at 12:05.
Yeah.
Walked home, and then Colin got there shortly afterwards. Would have confirmed that he left at 12:10. Except there's just one problem. There's surveillance video from the waterfall bar showing him leaving closer to 12:14. And if he walks home, he gets home past 12:20. And then he said he was home for 15 minutes or more before Colin Albert got home, which means that Colin Albert actually left 34 Fairview Road much later than 12:10, after John O'Keefe arrived.
So the timeline is totally shot.
Well,
I mean, but how much of this does the jury get? The rest of us are watching it, on your stream or someone else's stream with, people commenting right and left. The jury is in this cocoon. I mean, I know they're seeing everything. They're not picking up phone calls or going to, get a cup of coffee or anything. But I don't know. I think people outside the courtroom are getting a better view of what's really going on or the background of it. Uncensored by Auntie Bev, the judge.
I mean, that's a great question. It's like, but at the same time, I can't imagine a world in which every single juror goes home and doesn't go on the internet and read some of the stuff. Like, they shouldn't. They should, do their job. But I don't. Human nature. I can't imagine there's some people that are reading more into this. And yeah, I get it. It could be a little confusing, I'm sure, for people hearing this for the first time. But it will all be wrapped up in closing statements. Like they're just putting all this evidence together, and they're attached a nice little bow to it at the end. What they're establishing today is that these people know each other, that they're liars. Yep. Julie Albert got caught in another lie today. She said that, I've only talked to her rarely. I rarely talk to Courtney Proctor on the phone.
Courtney Proctor is the wife of the state cop who is now under internal affairs investigation by the state police, who told conflicting stories to two grand juries. But she's the wife of this state trooper. Yeah,
she's the sister.
Yeah,
and so she's the connection kind of between the two families. So she's good friends with Julie Albert, and she claimed that she'd only talked to Courtney Proctor a couple, rarely on the phone. And then David Yanni busted out the phone records showing that they'd spoken on the phone 67 times over an 8-month period, including for 12 minutes on the day that Karen Reed was arrested.
Yeah.
The same day when, according to the FBI investigation, Julie Albert offered a gift to Michael Proctor as a thank you for arresting Karen Reed and not her son Colin. So that's not good. I mean,
doesn't Lally, the prosecutor, know that they have these records? I mean, don't both sides get this in discovery? Right. I mean, this is like I've never seen a case like this.
Right.
Doesn't he prepare her for this? She is his witness.
Right.
He doesn't tell her, don't lie about the phone records because they have the phone records.
Yeah. Or you think you'd get your story straight. Like Chris Albert couldn't come up with the story. He didn't know that they were going to produce surveillance video showing
worst prosecutor
in the bar still at 12:14. Like he didn't see that one coming. How do they not prep their witnesses better? Even yesterday, Howie, they got all these people up there yesterday who said great things about, Karen and John. One guy said that, but his own wife told him, why don't you look at me the way John O'Keefe looks at Karen Reed, the way they love each other? Like don't ask him that question if he's going to say that answer. What are you thinking? I mean, they're killing themselves. I've never seen anything. It's criminally incompetent what the Commonwealth is doing.
I mean, and again, the thing is, don't you learn this in law school? I'm not a lawyer, but I've spent enough time around lawyers. You never ask anybody anything in a courtroom unless you know the answer to it.
Right.
Right. That's exactly it. And I thought there would be prep. I thought that they would ask them questions that would be favorable to their case. Questions that would lead to answers that they were angry at each other or whatever, or there might have been tailing at the scene or something like that. But they're not doing any of that. They're asking questions with, like you said, without knowing what these witnesses are going to say. And you got Julie Albert up there chewing gum, looking like an old beat up.
Totally.
And
chewing gum,
chewing gum, Howie.
Chewing gum on the stand.
Dude.
I mean, it's like you couldn't come up with a better script. I mean, the jury's looking at these people, and they're like, I can judge them just by listening to them, just by looking at them. I can tell these people are shady, that they're lying, that they're up to something. And then you look at Karen Reed, and they see the opposite, and there's no way they're going to get convicted. I don't even know why they're going forward. Every day is worse than the last.
Right.
Tomorrow, Brian Albert goes. He walked into the courtroom today.
This is the owner of the house. I didn't know, by the way, that he had retired from the Boston Police Department. When did this happen?
Oh, he retired about a year ago.
Okay, I didn't.
He got his 30 years. Yeah. So, yep. Very proud. And so I heard he was out for a little bit before that,
Thank
on
you.
Disability, as they all are. And so he's
a lot of that going around.
A lot of that going around, as you know, Howie. So he's never, like, Chris Albert isn't afraid to put himself out there. He's pretty public about it. He doesn't care. But Brian Albert is very private. He has, sold his home, fled to Norwood, has not been seen basically since any of this went down. Tomorrow he's going to have to testify. He's going to have to take that stand, and they are going to ask him, why didn't you come out of the house when there was a dead body on your front lawn as a first responder?
Well, what I would ask Turtleboy, and I know there would probably be an objection. Mr. Albert, what happened to your dog, Chloe?
Yes, that's what everybody. Nope, I bet you
it's going to happen.
Yes, I mean, but you're right. It's going to be objected to because everything gets objected to. But that's a perfectly relevant question because there's a dead body in his yard with the parent dog bites on it. So
right.
Dog.
Who represented Chris Albert when he killed that kid and then ran away for 2 days?
Judge Cannoni's brother.
His name is Prescott. He's Auntie Bev's brother. So Chris Albert's attorney is the judge's brother. How about that?
Woo! It's a small world, isn't it, Turtleboy?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And all these people know each other, and they all have connections. And then there's Karen Reed, with this army of people behind her, and
but a conspiracy.
And we're going to win
far-fetched.
Because ultimately, at the end of the day, truth and justice has to prevail here.
I just, I just wonder how could they not put it in? How could the defense not try to put in, unless it was, decided, hashed out at sidebar before, not to say that this guy has a criminal record?
I'm surprised, to be perfectly
I mean,
honest.
it's not like a criminal
Especially-
record of shoplifting or something. I mean,
Right.
this is
Right.
this is
Killed
really
somebody.
killing somebody.
Right.
Yeah, literally killed a man in 1994 with a motor vehicle, and this is a murder trial that involves the motor vehicle allegedly killing someone. I don't know. I'm sure they have their reasons. I was a little surprised they didn't bring that up either. But you know, just to make the jury think like, oh, this guy's a scumbag, just to get that in their heads, like this guy's no good.
Can we hold you over, Turtleboy, for one more segment?
no problem.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Experience the ultimate savings event with MyPillow's $25 extravaganza for a limited time.
Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna do the classic. I am streaming them.
Sandals for both men and women, or a luxurious 6-pack
Let's
towel
hear,
set, all
Howie's,
available for an astonishing $25 each. Yes, you heard that right. Just $25 per item during MyPillow's $25 extravaganza. But wait, there's more. Refresh your kitchen with their durable 4-pack dish towels. You guessed it, also at the unbeatable price of $25. And making its debut, the premium MyPillows with all new Giza fabric. Choose any size, any loft level, including the opulent king size, all for the low price of $25. These incredible offers won't last long, so order now. Call 800-658-4965 or go to mypillow.com and use promo code Howie for these incredible deals and to unlock free shipping on all orders over $75. That's 800-658-4965 or mypillow.com. Promo code Howie. Elevate your comfort with the MyPillow $25 extravaganza. Don't delay. Go to mypillow.com and don't forget the code Howie. I'm Howie Carr.
Promo code Howie.
Howie Carr will be.
Promo code Howie, y'all. You guys, hold on one second. Got to complete that ad, folks. Got to complete the ad. It's very, very important. Sorry, give me 1 second here. I'm going to find it. Okay. Wait, I think I hear it. Hold on.
When you left, I thought that finding love would be an easy thing. I tried to tighten up my act and give the broads a fling. I guess I lost the balls to find me another piece of tail. It was an empty room down in San Antonio, marks the end of a lonely trail. And there's cum stains on the pillow where your head used to be. The sad remains of making love to your faded memory. Well, all night long, you start with me in a soapbox fantasy. I'm making cum stains on my pillow where your sweet head used to be.
Okay. Let's get back to Howie here. Now, still commercials here. Still commercials. Diane G, thank you so much for becoming a member, being a member for 6 months. That's an Appalachian My Pillow song. Yes, it is. I picked that up yesterday. We watched catching up on the second season of The Jinx. Apparently, dude who wrote that song, I believe his name is Chinga Chavin. And he was a he's a big star back in the 70s and 80s. Chinga Chavin, folks. Yeah. Thank you, Andrea Clark, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Welcome. Oh, the stuff The treasure trove that is the true crime community, folks. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So we're just waiting on Howie to come back from commercial, and Turtleboy's gonna stick around. But that's it's so funny, man. Like listening to Howie Carr, like say the same shit I was saying. Like, dude, who the fuck buys a round of Fireball, dude? Jesus.
We're with Turtleboy here for one more segment. He's been covering this Karen Reed case since the very start. He's one of the principals in it. He's charged with quote unquote witness intimidation. You said the other day, if people are still interested in this, 603 just texted me, Turtleboy. Will evidence from this trial be used in pursuing the real killer? Or do you think or is this, like you said the other day, this is going to be it, and they're just going to say that damn jury wouldn't go along with our beyond a reasonable doubt evidence?
Well, I'm sure much of this evidence and more will be used by the feds. We don't know what the feds have, what
the feds are using the feds evidence right now
in their investigation. So I would assume that they have much more. I mean, they've just fed the defense snippets of what they have that they think could help Karen Reed and exonerate herself. But yeah, I mean, eventually you would hope the feds indict someone. I don't think it's going to happen during the trial or anything like that, but down the line, certainly somewhere, a lot of this will definitely be used.
The guy we're all interested in is Brian Higgins, the ATF agent who's apparently got a federal proffer, meaning he's cut a deal or is trying to cut a deal with the feds. Do we have any indication when or where he's going to testify or which side's going to call him?
At the rate we're going, I would honestly guess next week. Because, I mean, it seems like they're going through the McAlberts now. Like Brian Albert's going to be tomorrow. They're getting people who are at the Waterfall Bar, right? Like yesterday they had all the people who were at the bar. That's like the theme, right? And Chris was at the bar, Julie was at the bar, Brian was at the bar, Higgins was at the bar. So I mean, logically, he would be probably one of the next people on the list.
Boy, I mean, but again, this the way she's going, the way she's keeping her thumb on the scales here, she may not even let him ask about whether he's got a proffer from the feds, and also also is he going to be allowed to testify to what he said to the two grand juries, the state grand jury and the federal grand jury?
I want to know if he's going to be able to be asked about the butt dial. I think he'll be able to talk about that.
Why don't you explain a little bit about the butt dial to people?
Yeah, I mean, these guys both told the state grand jury that they went home and they were sleeping at 2:30 in the morning, right? Or 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever, that they went home and went to bed. But the problem with that is that the phone logs that have been revealed in the federal investigation show that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins, didn't answer, and then Brian Higgins called him back, and Brian Albert answered it, and they spoke for 17 seconds at 2:22 a.m., something that neither of them, testified about happening. And now we know it happened, so they had to come up with some sort of explanation. So Brian Higgins said he butt dialed it, even though the phone was on his nightstand, and then Brian Albert butt answered it while making love to his wife. This is what they've told us. So they're gonna. We might get into that tomorrow.
You can hear the people in the studio laughing.
Objection, Your Honor. That's what you're going to hear.
The people in the studio are laughing at that shit.
I don't see how she could sustain that objection. Like, you guys were calling each other at 2:22. Explain yourself. Like, what is that about? Like, Brian Albert's got a lot of explaining to do tomorrow because he's been hitting for a long time. Like, why he didn't come out of that house, where that dog is, like you said. Why'd you sell the house? Why'd you rip up the basement floor?
Yeah.
Who
ripped up the basement floor for him? Who was that guy who did that?
We don't know. It's assumed that Nick Moratis is the guy that did it. He's kind of the carpet guy in town, and he's dating Jill Daniels, who is the sister of Julie Albert. So it's kind of assumed that he's the guy.
One of the guys that's here for Moby Dick's just threw up his arms. He had no idea. I mean, they think
really?
This is about there are a lot of incestuous towns in Massachusetts, but this has got to be right up at the top, doesn't it?
Oh, the most incestuous I've ever seen. This Canton family tree. I tried to make it a family tree a couple of years ago. It just turns into an Andy Warhol painting. It's like this
kudzu in the South,
lines going everywhere,
just spreading everywhere. You know,
right.
Jackson
It
Pollock.
There's tentacles everywhere. Like it looks like when you take all
Under
your
a black
cords
light.
and put them in a box together, and you try to untangle them.
All right, Turtleboy, where can people go to find you?
TVDailyNews.com or at Dr. Turtleboy on Twitter.
Thanks, Turtleboy. More fun tomorrow in Dedham. I'm Howie Carr.
Yeah, I mean, how are
Hi, this is Bobby Atenzio from Paul's Landscape Service and Supplies. I'm a regular listener to the Howie Cast.
I just
and I've
gotta-
heard the ad for the
I
Visual
gotta
Insurance
watch his
audit. I was astonished
reaction
by
to
how
the
much they were able to
conversation.
help me. Not only did they save me money, but they
He's
identified
dying
coverage
right
I
now.
had but didn't need and coverage that I needed but didn't have. They helped me.
I mean, just look at him, dude. He's like, dude, have you people ever heard of anything so fucked up? This shit is just great. Dude, like I can't get over this trial. This is the craziest shit in the world. Now Turtleboy was also on News Nation last night, I think. We're gonna watch that segment real quick. So let's check this out. Now, obviously, this takes place before today's court hearing. So today's trial hearing. So this is going to be prior, just so you guys know. Today didn't happen yet when this was recorded.
Is underway in Boston. Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in a fellow police officer's yard in the snow 2 years ago. Police say Karen Reed ran him over and left him there to die. Reed's defense says she's being framed in a cover-up meant to protect a group of well-connected people. More witnesses set to take the stand today. Joining me now, a blogger and independent journalist who has been covering the story from the beginning, Aidan Kearney, also known as Turtleboy. Aidan, you have published more than 300 articles on Reed's case. Your YouTube channel gets millions of views. This is one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you. You've been invested in this story from the beginning. Tell us how you did you first learned of Reed's story and why you chose to get so involved.
I first learned of the Reed story when I heard about a woman doing a Google search, a woman named Jennifer McCabe doing a Google search at 227 for how long to die in cold when she believed that John O'Keefe was allegedly back at home sleeping. I then did a deep dive and read all the court filings, particularly Alan Jackson's 92-page affidavit filed in April of 2023, and couldn't believe what I was reading. Normally, I'm pretty skeptical of conspiracies and cover-ups and whatnot, but the evidence in this was undeniable. I've never seen anything like it. It was a huge story. I honestly thought it would be one story and done, that the charges would be dropped against Karen Reed because the evidence is overwhelming that she's being framed. But the district attorney's office just kind of put their foot on the gas pedal and doubled down. And ever since then, we've uncovered more and more corruption and cover up in this case.
And as you continued to dig, you ended up facing charges yourself, including witness intimidation. And you've even gone to jail to keep your sources in confidence secret. What's the deal behind that?
Yeah, that's correct. So in Massachusetts, they've attempted to call old school journalism witness intimidation. Now, I've gone up to several of the quote unquote witnesses in this case who the evidence shows were actually should be suspects in this case because they were involved in the murder of John O'Keefe. And I've asked them questions. For instance, I went up to Jennifer McCabe and I asked her, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning? I called Michael Proctor and I left a voicemail for him. And I asked him why he didn't disclose that he is good friends with the homeowners whose lawn John O'Keefe's body was found on. And they called that witness intimidation. You're apparently not allowed to ask questions to witnesses in a murder case, even when evidence shows that they are clearly involved in a cover-up. So they've basically, I mean, the First Amendment is under attack here in Massachusetts with this witness intimidation statute. I was charged with, I don't even know, 16 felonies. I've lost count. There's a whole lot of felonies they've charged me with for journalism. And they revoked my bail on December 26th, and I went to jail for 60 days. I've never been convicted of a crime, and I did 60 days in jail. And you're right, I could have gotten out whenever I wanted in jail by taking a plea, but I refused to because the First Amendment matters, and Karen Reed is 100% factually innocent, and this is something I'm willing to, not give up on.
Aidan, I don't want to run out of time before I ask you two things that just pop out at me immediately. What has been the response from her family, who I assume also believe in her innocence? And what are the three takeaways you want people at home to know as they continue to follow the story along with you?
Well, Karen Reed's family has been supportive of her, and I've had contact with them here and there. They seem like a really nice family. 3 takeaways that you can take away from this is that number one, Karen Reed is 100% innocent. Number 2, the FBI is investigating the investigators. The Michael Proctor is under internal affairs investigation. That never happens, where the FBI investigates the state police in a murder investigation. And so we're probably going to see indictments down the line. And number 3, the First Amendment is under attack in the state of Massachusetts because of this unconstitutional witness intimidation statute, which is being weaponized by those who hold power in order to silence an award-winning journalist for simply asking questions.
Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy, I want to tell you that we here definitely believe that truth in journalism is the best disinfectant. Continued success with your investigation there.
Do you know, News Nation?
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to click that red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's.
I mean, do you though, News Nation? Doesn't Cuomo work for you? But I digress. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna watch a little bit more of this cross. We're gonna watch this cross contamination, this cross examination. We're gonna watch some more of that. And this way I could pause it and comment through it. So I just got to cue it up here. Give me a second. I mean, most of today was actually cross-examination, which should tell you everything you need to know about the prosecution's case. All right, here we go. This guy.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years.
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton.
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
So,
and not only that,
it's important to know that this is the first time that this is brought up. So why wouldn't he take pride in that? Why wouldn't Chris Albert, when during direct examination, why wouldn't he take pride in being an elected official in the town of Canton? When asked what you do for a living, what do you do for a living? And he says he owns a pizza shop. Okay. And that's something to be proud of. Being a small business owner in the United States of America, that is a hell of an achievement. It is definitely something to be proud of. I support small businesses myself. I prefer them over large corporations. Not that I have a problem with large corporations. Capitalism, I'm all good with. What I'm saying, though, is as a small business owner, is there anything more American than being a small business owner in the United States of America? Why would he not take pride in this? Especially, yeah, I mean, why would he not take pride in being an elected official? Is what I mean. Why wouldn't he take pride in being an elected official as well as a small business owner? This, you would think, would earn him some respect with the jury. Why wouldn't the prosecution think that it is a solid, strong strategy to make sure that the jury knows that this man is a independent small business owner as well as an elected official in the town of Canton and very active in the community? Well, why would he not want? Why would the prosecution not want the jury to know this about this witness? And I'll leave that to you guys to ponder on that. But it's a fair question, to say the least.
That, but your brother Kevin Albert is a police officer in Canton.
He is.
Your brother Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me.
I got to hear that one more
Brian
time
Albert
because that
only
shit was
moved
just beautiful.
from Canton
That was one of my
after John
favorite
O'Keefe
parts.
was found dead on his front lawn. O'Keefe was Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me.
One more
that
time.
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved.
You notice with every other witness, though, Auntie Bev seems to be like, you can answer that. She'll word things differently. She'll say, you can answer that. Go ahead and answer. But here she says, can you answer that? Excuse me, Mr. Chris Albert. Can you answer that? Is it okay if you go ahead and answer that? There's a lot of shit showing here that they think we're all too stupid to see. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on here that Lolly, Chris Albert, and Judge Bev think we're all too stupid to see. And we just all saw this in the span of what, 60 seconds tops? Right? So Chris Albert basically tries to boss Yannetti and tell Yannetti, can you rephrase that? No witness ever asks that question. No witness ever tries to instruct an attorney who's questioning them on the stand to rephrase. That's something that a judge orders the attorney to do. And here he is thinking that he has some sort of power, because apparently he does. I suspect that he does, but he's showing us that he does by trying to flex his power onto Yannetti. Make sure Yannetti knows who's boss. Everybody else is on board except you, and I'm going to make sure that you know who's boss here, is what Chris Albert was trying to do there, in my opinion. Can you rephrase the question? No. I'll phrase it the exact same way, and then you can try to answer yes or no. Okay?
He moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife, Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
See, he knows when to keep quiet. He knows when an objection should come, because he's not paying so much attention to what Yannetti's asking him as he is to Lolly reacting to what Yannetti is asking him. He's counting on Lolly to protect him from Yannetti. So this is the vibe I'm getting here. And quite possibly, I absolutely suspect that he's doing the same with Bev, considering that Bev is being extra nice to him. Bev is asking him if it's okay that he answer the questions that are being asked to him, that are being asked of him in court, while he is a subpoenaed witness on the stand. Sorry, my SIRI came up. I mean, it's clearly obvious. All you have to do is just kind of watch. You got to use your eyes, people. Pay attention to the language here. Pay attention to the behavior. Pay attention to the difference between how Auntie Bev has been treating Chris Albert on this stand compared to how she's treated everybody else that has taken that stand. Because until this guy got up there, she was the boss. But this guy's calling the shots, to the point to where he thought he was calling the shots once he was getting cross-examined by Yannetti. He even got confused at that point. Had to be reminded that he's not the boss here.
Do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as
Right. So here he is, again, downplaying the fact that he sits on the Canton Select Board. It's not because he's modest. It's because he knows that Yannetti is about to build up the fact that he has power and he draws water in that town. It's just that simple. This is what he's doing. He's trying to downplay the fact. He's like, I'm one of 5. I mean, why would he? I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate question. Of course, the Alberts are powerful and have strong roots in the town of Canton. That house has been there forever. He said 1953. Very, very low to himself. But he said that the year 1953, when asked to do math of how long he lived in that house at 34 Fairview, he grew up in the very house in question. So it's not a question you really have to think about. Is the Albert family powerful in Canton? Of course it is. You can answer that honestly. The jury probably wouldn't have found that very suspicious, but they're seeing that he's trying to downplay it. That is what they're finding suspicious. And that is exactly what this defense is going for. They know. They know that the jury knows who the fuck this guy is. They know that the jury knows who the Alberts are. So they want to see how is he going to react to the questions in regards to how powerful his family is. How is he going to react? They want the jury to see how he's going to react to those kind of questions. And he played right into it because he tried to downplay. Because it's not a question of opinion. It's a yes or no answer. It's a factor. It's either fact or it's not. If you hold a top position of power in the town of Canton, Brian Albert is a Boston police officer who has strong ties, is related to you. He is your older brother, was the star of a television show called Boston's Finest. And your brother, the both of yours brother, is Kevin Albert, who is on the Canton Police Department as well. So yes, the answer is it's a simple yes. Would you say that your family is powerful in Canton? Yes, it's a simple. I mean, I would have been like, yeah, I guess you could say that. Sure. Somebody asked me that, I would have been like, I guess you could say that. Sure. But I wouldn't have been like, well, what do you mean? I don't know. And then wait for Lolly to object and sit there stone-faced like he did exactly what Daddy told him to do by objecting. And exactly what Auntie Bev is expected to do, which is sustain the objection. Because he stood there stone-faced as if that was exactly what he was expecting to happen.
As a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And
See
you
what I
also
mean?
have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends.
See, you guys are wondering, why is this working so well? Why is Lolly and Chris Albert working so well together here in this courtroom? In comparison to the dynamic that Lolly had with literally every other witness that he's had so far before him. That's because Lolly didn't prep his witnesses, including Chris Albert. Chris Albert prepped Lolly for this. It's the other way around. And you can absolutely see it with the way that Lolly has handled his witnesses coming up to this point. Tell me I'm wrong. How am I supposed to think anything other than the fact that this line of questioning, the objections, the sustaining during cross-examination, all happening so well? How am I supposed to not think that it's Chris Albert who prepped Lolly for this, not Lolly prepping Chris Albert? Because I am to believe this simply because Lolly doesn't seem like he prepped anybody. Yet for some reason, this seems to be going exactly how Colin Albert expected this to go. Why? Why is that so blatantly obvious?
Is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Like, look at his demeanor.
Sure.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Yeah. That's the look of, hey, I wasn't supposed to be asked this question. That wasn't part of the deal. That I was going to sit up here and I was going to be asked about this wedding. That's what that reaction was right there. I thought we worked this out. Mr. Confident, Mr. Yeah, I'm not here to answer that question. That was Lolly, do your fucking job. This guy better not fucking ask me one more fucking thing about that wedding. That's what that was. Let's watch it one more time.
Proctor's sister, correct?
That's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this dude isn't sitting where he expects to have full control of the situation. He's sitting up there like a mob boss sitting on the stand. He's sitting up there like a mob boss who's like, I'm paying a lot of people money for me to not have to sit here and go through this bullshit. And who knows what the fuck is being said there? And it sucks because Yannetti, for lack of a better term, Yannetti has to kiss Bev's ass. He has to butter her up. One wrong move and she could snap and have a fucking meltdown over this the way she did over a pair of scissors. Over the fact that they didn't cut a document that was a photograph and a report in regards to that photograph on the same piece of paper. She got two of them, and she was livid pissed about the fact that these two things were not separated before handed to her. She was incredibly angry over it. She had a fucking meltdown over it just yesterday. And so Yannetti has to basically tiptoe through the fucking tulips when it comes to dealing with Judge Bev, because Yannetti fucking knows that there's something seriously wrong with this dynamic with Judge Bev and Chris Albert. He expected it. He knew this going in. You know how? Because he filed for a fucking recusal. He filed for her to recuse herself from this case due to a conflict of interest because her brother represented that witness who's sitting on the stand in a murder trial. Her brother represented him. The judge's brother represented the witness. And she is not even trying to not show favoritism. It is insane what we're watching in real time here. Well, this isn't real time. This is a replay from earlier. But as you can see, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, we saw this earlier. No, he wasn't the judge. He represented Chris Albert. Her brother represented Chris Albert. Yeah, this totally reminds me of that show Brotherhood. That show only lasted 2 seasons, man. That show was so good. It was a Showtime show. It was so good. But it takes place in Rhode Island, not Massachusetts. I made that mistake.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago?
Nobody thinks that's weird that it was Bev who brought that up. That's not her job to do that. That's Lolly's job. That's Lolly's job to say, objection, Your Honor. That's not what my client said. Or not my client. That's not what the witness said. Objection, Your Honor. That's not what the witness said. But that's not what happened here. Bev jumped in and goes, I don't think that's what he said. Hold on. That's not, I've never seen a judge do that. Unless I'm wrong. I don't know. This is something I would have to see what the attorneys who are covering this case, who have YouTube channels, are saying. But I'm curious about that. I find it weird that she does this. She seems to be making the case for the prosecution. Totally overstepping. Let's listen to that one more time.
Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that.
See, she already knew what he was objecting to. He objects. He doesn't state what grounds he objects for. And then, but she jumps all over it. It's his call. It's his argument. That's why they call it an argument. She's the judge. They make their arguments. That's got to be overstepping. No, this is not live. This happened earlier today.
We'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
or if that's
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael?
Wow. Wow.
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
Okay. That's when I first came to know Ken. Okay. This is beautiful right here, what happens. Because Yannetti didn't even do anything. This was all Chris Albert.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you said
I've known him 20 plus years. Our kids play ball together. He's my friend. But we've rarely seen each other socially. Okay.
you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20.
Okay. Carl Lively gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Congrats to Spencer B, Shelly Hall, Red Sauce, Jen H, and Tiffany. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much. Carl Lively, I appreciate you.
20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
Okay. So we've got a double whammy right here. They're buddies, and he donated money to his campaign. Okay. We're talking about Ken Berkowitz, who at the time was the chief of police in Canton, and just happened to be driving by after the snow melted and it was a nice sunny day. Happened to be driving by 34 Fairview. Is that a piece of tail light? Oh my goodness. And happens to find one of these many pieces of tail light that were never there when Detective Gallagher took a snowblower and blew off all the snow and worked pretty good. You know, got all the way to the ground through what was not 6 inches of snow, but they say it was 6 inches of snow, but our eyes tell us that it was not 6 inches of snow. And, you know, it worked pretty good. Leaf blower, thank you. It worked pretty good. We got all the way to the ground. It was a very effective method. And they got all the way to the ground. Not one piece of taillight was found. Not the other shoe that John O'Keefe was missing. Nothing. Right? Nothing. But then Ken Berkowitz, his friend but not a friend, just happened to be driving by and finds a piece of taillight. Okay.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
And I don't know what's going on with Grant. I'm seeing stuff about Grant that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anything about Grant and what's going on today. I did see a little video that we're going to go over in a minute, though. That is pretty funny that he posted.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury know.
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put it
to
in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay. And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of?
You mean?
Just a second there, Professor.
In Kenny Berkowitz.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz. Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
Did you see Yanetti's slick, man? Because I caught that shit too. I was like, Kenny. Like, as soon as he said that shit earlier today, I was like, Kenny, all of a sudden. Kenny. Oh, Kenny. Right? Yanetti caught that shit quick too. That's why he makes the big bucks. Okay? Because dude goes, me and Kenny Berkowitz. And Yanetti's like, so do you and Kenny Berkowitz? One more time.
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us? Yes.
I would offer that.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, wait. May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke.
It's me and old Kenny. It's me and old Kenny. What do you think, Cuck Church?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Cyber. I'm Judge Bev.
Spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates. The lights can go off. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
You had to think about that. You had to think about that. Now, I've literally watched select board meetings where they vote to approve whether or not they hire a crossing guard. Okay. And I'm really glad that I noticed this when I was going over a select board meeting one time. I was watching a select board meeting. We were watching it live here. And shout out real quick to Young Jerks, who usually stream the select board meetings. I was watching one here live and I thought, oh my, I was like, dude, really, bro? Like, with everything going on, they're talking about they're voting on whether or not to approve a crossing guard for a school. And people in the chat were they were correcting me. The locals in my chat were like, dude, yeah, the select board, they vote on everything. Fucking everything. Like, if they hire a new cop, then they let somebody into the police academy. Like, the select board makes that decision. So what Yanetti's asking is, overseeing issues of public safety, does the select board do that? Absolutely, they do that. Absolutely, they do that. And then when he brings up the police department, and we know that this is true. We know that this is true because we watched the entire saga of them, of the people of Canton bringing up the issue of an audit for the Canton Police Department to make sure that the funds are going towards what's needed to conduct a proper investigation, because obviously there's an issue when they're using a leaf blower and they're using, more specifically, red Solo cups to collect evidence, because according to one of the detectives that testified, I think it was fucking Lank, I'm not sure though, stated that they didn't even have evidence bags at the Canton Police Department, that they didn't have sterile bags and gloves and things of that nature in order to properly collect evidence. The detective, Lieutenant Scott, was in the chat at the time. I remember that. I just can't remember who it was that was testifying necessarily, but yeah, the guy stated in open court that they didn't even have that stuff. And then at another select board, we watched Chief Rafferty, the current chief of police for the Canton Police Department, request over $100,000 for a new, I think it was $200,000 actually. It was either 100 or 200. Nobody could really decide in the chat, for a new kitchen for the police station. But they don't even have evidence bags. They don't have the proper materials needed to collect and preserve evidence when it comes to a murder of a Boston police officer. No body cams. Thank you, Stacy. No body cams. And here is this guy who sits on the Canton Select Board, and he's asked this question.
Your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at the, I'm recently elected, so I'm just
I'll let him have
But
it.
yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town.
Bruh, you've been a selectman at least ever since I started following this case. At least ever since I started following this case. And I've been watching those Canton Select Board meetings ever since I started following this case. And you were on that select board. And the issues that I just brought up, you were aware of because you're on the select board. So you sitting there going, oh, I'm kind of new, I don't know. No, that's something I would say. That's something that I get to say. Well, I'm kind of new to this, so I'm not sure. That's not something you get to say who actually sits on the select board. Because if I know for a fact that the Canton Select Board handles issues of public safety, such as issues within the police department, then yeah. If I know that, then you fucking know it. Thomas Fleming, thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate you. Welcome to Logic.
A town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me.
He said it again. He tried that again. Can you rephrase that? No, bro.
Former Canton Police Chief Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer that question.
Yeah, it's the same question. Like as if Yannetti is supposed to rephrase the question because this asshole said so. Because this asshole said to do it. Objection, Your Honor. He's not towing the line like you and me are. Yannetti's just not towing the line. Chris Albert's clearly in charge, and Yannetti's not getting it, Your Honor. So objection. That's what he's doing right now. That's what he's doing. This is amazing. This is amazing. Objection, Your Honor. He didn't rephrase the question, even though the witness told him to rephrase the question. He didn't rephrase the question, Your Honor. I don't know. Unreal, dude.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under.
You're not here to agree with the question. You're here to answer it. You're not here to agree with the questions being asked of you. You're subpoenaed under court order to sit there and answer the questions asked of you truthfully because you took an oath to answer these questions truthfully. You don't get to say whether or not you agree with the question or not. It's a question. Yes or no? If you don't agree with what the question is implying, well, then you just simply say no.
Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them two, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
Fucking liar.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Why downplay your friendship with these people when we know that you're friends with Lank admitted that you guys were friends already on the stand. So it would be stupid. It would be stupid to do exactly what you're doing right here. The jury sees it.
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours.
God, no.
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
See, that's the beauty of Yannetti's questioning. See, Yannetti's gotten under his skin. Yannetti got him in defense mode. He is defensive. He resents the fact that he even has to sit there. He resents the fact that this guy has no power over him. He has power. He resents the fact that he has no power over Yannetti, even though he has power over everyone else in the courtroom. Everyone that matters anyway. So this guy is sitting there and he's pissed off, and Yannetti knows it and he's using it. He's absolutely using it. You guys are tight, right? Watch this one more time. This is beautiful.
Correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
See, that's exactly the answer that he wanted. Because he could have just said, no, we're not tight. But he stuck him in a position to where this guy's like, how do I answer this and avoid it without the jury getting the best of me and seeing right through me? And he walked right into the door that Yannetti opened for him. I don't know if I call it tight, because he wanted to see him. He wanted the jury to see him downplay their friendship. That's what he wanted to see, not deny it, downplay it. That was very important because denying it could have went bad for Yannetti. If he just flat out denied it and went, no, which would have been the easy thing to do. He could have just been like, nope, not tight. No. But he was like, I don't know if I'd call it tight. The jury's sitting there going, okay, motherfucker, I see you now. And that was exactly what Yannetti wanted. It's genius.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now,
There it is.
Your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
So right now, Yannetti got him to admit that they are close friends and also downplay their friendship. That is shady. That is somebody with a lack of loyalty. That is somebody to side eye. That is somebody that the jury just simply is not going to like. Because the jury is made up of folks just like you and me. And we don't like wishy-washy motherfuckers. Do we? Nobody here likes a wishy-washy motherfucker. And this dude just showed the jury that he's a wishy-washy motherfucker. And that's exactly what Yannetti wanted.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
See, this is fascinating too, because Turtleboy has been painting this picture for a long time. Conversations I've had with Turtleboy and just listening to his live streams, this is the picture that Turtleboy has been painting of the Albert family. Like Brian Albert being just basically a big bully. Brian Albert being a big, scary guy. The big brother that everybody fears. Because he's intimidating. And this is what he's showing right here. He's showing that Chris Albert is absolutely intimidated by Brian Albert without having to get him to admit it. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. I mean, it's like Brian Albert kind of reminds me of, like, okay, so we know that a president, right? A president will back a bill, and the Senate has to vote on this bill for it to pass, right? And one fun fact about Lyndon Johnson was a fucking bully. Lyndon Johnson was absolutely a fucking bully. Lyndon Johnson would physically intimidate senators to pass a bill. Like he would see them in the Capitol and just fucking, hey, you're gonna fucking pass this bill, right? You're gonna fucking pass it, aren't you? You're gonna pass it because I fucking said so. You're gonna pass it. That's the kind of president that Lyndon Johnson was. Ask anybody. Do a little homework. Some people, they get shit done because they are intimidating. Brian Albert gets shit done because he's fucking intimidating. Because people are scared of him.
You were part of his family, obviously. Correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others,
Well,
but you hang out with the
Peggy,
family, do you
like,
not?
Yeah.
that's normally how it's done. I'm not trying to get into a whole JFK assassination conspiracy theory type thing here, but that's generally how it's done. You need an acting president, and if the president is dead, then you swear in the vice president like immediately. That's what you do. That's how it's done. It's not that's yeah. I'm not going to get into all that. But let's see here. Jody 687 gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Your son.
I mean, why are those objections sustained? Like, why can't he answer those questions? I mean, yes, my brother would stick up for my kid. I mean, of course he would. Why wouldn't he? I'd stick up for my brother's kids, most definitely. Of course, it's family. It's what you do. Why would you avoid that question? See, that's very telling to the jury as well, because everybody in the jury who has a sibling is sitting there going, well, yeah, I mean, everybody who has nieces and nephews is sitting there going, yeah, of course I'd stick up for my nieces and nephews. Totally. Of course. It's not even a question. So it's not suspicious whether or not he says yes or no. It's suspicious the fact that he's avoiding the question. It's suspicious the fact that the prosecutor is trying to avoid the question. And it's even more suspicious that Judge Bev sustains the objection.
Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school?
Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
I just fucking love this right here. I just fucking love this right here.
What was his number?
In high school?
Today, Junior.
34, I believe.
And is that for 34 Fairfield?
I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know.
Now you tell.
In high school?
Yes.
What was this? What? I don't know my kid's number in high school, and of course it's not. It's not the connection between that and the house that there's so much history in Canton, and I grew up in from 1953, 33 years. 33 years. In high school, my son's high school number. Why would I know that? Hold on, let me think about that for a second. I tell you, I don't know.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
Bro. 34, I believe. Maybe. My oh man. I just don't know what my son's number in high school was. What a coinkydink. It's the same as the number of the house that I grew up that has all of our family history. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You know, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers.
Homie, you just fucking said that shit out loud? That your family doesn't have a history with law enforcement. No, but two of your fucking brothers right now are cops. Well, one's retired. Right? And one of your best buddies was the chief of police. Somebody you were very chummy with was the chief of police and contributed to your campaign for selectman. Right? No history with law enforcement? None? Your buddy Lank, he's a cop. No family history with law enforcement. No. Okay. I wouldn't agree with that. No.
Those are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your
Out of 7 of us, only 2 of us are cops, but just so I wouldn't say there's a history. What, dude?
brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Listen, bro.
Correct.
And you've drank with police.
Listen, bro. I don't hang out with cops. And not because I got a problem with hanging out with cops. I just don't hang out with cops. I don't know any cops like that. I know somebody who used to be a cop. I was in a band with somebody who quit our band to go become a cop. But like, do I have buddies and family members who are cops? No. So it's safe to say that I don't have a history. My family doesn't have a history with cops. I mean, but this dude, no, dude, your family has a history with cops, man. Like, again, this is what Yannetti wants. He wants the jury to see him downplaying something that is undeniable. It is undeniable. He's admitting to it. He's like, this is the beauty. This is the beauty. Now, I mean, yeah, unless I end up, meeting up someday with old Scott here in the chat, and having a beer You know what I mean? Like, that's about the closest to hanging out with cops that I get. Again, not that I have a problem with hanging out with cops, just don't have, cops usually hang out with cops, man. Like, for the most part, like it's how it is. Like, if you're in a certain field of profession together, you're bound to cross paths socially from time to time. Sure. But not to the extent that this dude is describing via cross-examination. Because this guy is straight up saying, I mean, everything that's being described here, we're talking about friends of his, close friends who are police officers or once were, and 2 siblings. And all of which are somehow tied to John O'Keefe's death and investigation. All of which, every single one that's mentioned is somehow tied to this investigation. I mean,
police officers, right?
Sure.
And we were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Nicole Albert's maiden name is McCabe, or not McCabe, because Jen McCabe's name is a married name because she's married to Matt McCabe, but she's Jen McCabe's sister. So I don't know her maiden name, but I'm saying she's Jen McCabe's sister. Nicole Albert, who's married to Brian Albert, is Jen McCabe's sister.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as sidebar?
Sure.
Now, that's one of, if not the first time, I've heard the defense ask for a sidebar. Maybe it's the first time I noticed.
Without getting into Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the
Now, remember, they're trying to downplay. They're trying to downplay. This is what's really funny is during pretrial hearings, the prosecution did their best to downplay the relationship between the Proctors and the Alberts. They did everything they could by saying, oh, well, you know, just because this certain family member kind of knew this certain sister of this family member, it doesn't mean that they're connected, blah, 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 where they absolutely admit it. But here during trial, this is very interesting. With Chris Albert sitting on the stand, they absolutely avoid with objections. Lolly tries to intercept these questions from taking place as much as possible. And Bev sustains these objections, which is fascinating.
Of the Proctor's family who have posted publicly that the
Objection,
Alberts
Your
are
Honor.
their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael showed up
yeah.
to question you, sir.
I have to talk about Perry's comment here. Perry is asking Yellow Garbage Pails if Sergeant Lank or Lieutenant Lank is from Stoughton 2. He wants to make sure that it's the same Lank in the Sandra Birchmore case. Yes, it's the same Lank, and we're going to get to that. This is all going to come to a head, folks. This will all be brought up. I promise you. Now, I don't know how much of the Sandra Birchmore case is going to be brought up in the Karen Reed trial, but I can guarantee you that if indictments come down federally as a result of the federal investigation into this investigation, Sandra Birchmore's name will be brought up, and it will be brought up a lot. That I can promise you.
Sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? Let's hear that one more time.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your
on
Honor.
February 10th?
Mm-hmm. Why would somebody send someone from the Proctor family to interview you about January 29th, 2022? Why? You didn't find it odd? I mean, why not just answer that? But, I mean, the jury is seeing this. The jury's hearing these questions. The jury wants answers to these questions, but Judge Bev isn't allowing it.
10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2020.
Now, mind you, we're only getting his side of the story. Unfortunately, we'll never get John O'Keefe's side of this story. Because allegedly what happened was John O'Keefe, early in the day of January 28th, 2022, just before January 29th. So January 28th, the late night is when they all hung out, and then the early morning hours into that night, where technically it becomes January 29th. So it's the same night. John O'Keefe ends up dead. So earlier in the day, January 28th, 2022, John O'Keefe walks into D&E Pizza. Why he walks into D&E Pizza, according to him, is, hey, what's up? Yo, gonna grab a slice. Cool. Right? And then, you know, this dude says, hey, we're all hanging out. Why don't you come out to the bar? And he kind of makes it seem like John O'Keefe was just kind of like, what are y'all doing tonight? Let's all hang out. Well, we got this social thing going on. You're welcome to come if you like. That's how this is the picture that he's painting. But we're, excuse me, we're only getting his side of the story. We'll never get John's side of the story. How do we know? And I don't mind speculating on this, considering that this guy is clearly a fucking liar. So I don't mind speculating on it. That how do we know that John O'Keefe didn't walk in there saying, hey, man, I hate coming in here like this, but I got to tell you, I'm sick and fucking tired of your kids running through my fucking lawn and dumping beer cans on my lawn. I need you to fucking knock that off. Please put a stop to that. Like, I'm trying to be a good neighbor here, and it's like you don't do anything to stop your kids from respecting other people's, to teach your kids to respect other people's property. Why don't you do that? How do we know that's not the nature of the conversation that took place? And then this guy says, well, look, man, all right, why don't we talk about it later? Let me buy you a beer. We're all hanging out later on tonight. Why don't you come by the bar and hang out, and then we'll talk about it a little more. Whatever, man. I mean, all I want you to do is just talk to your kid. Tell him, show my property a little bit more respect. Just come to the bar, hang out. Come on. Right? How do we know that's not what happened? Because what we find out in just a minute, considering the nature of the text messages that take place, that seems a little bit more believable than the side that he's telling, doesn't it? Those of you who were watching earlier today, those of you who are just watching now, pay close attention.
22, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or but
The cell number prior to that day.
no, I didn't.
What? Hold on.
And at that point,
I'm sorry, you mean like phone?
Correct? You had never, prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or but
The cell number prior to that day.
no, I didn't.
Okay. This is very important. Pay close attention. He's saying that he never, prior to the day, prior to the night that John O'Keefe went missing, prior to early in the day when he went to D&E Pizza to speak with Chris Albert, and then later on that night they meet up at the bar, and then later on that night he ends up at 34 Fairview Road, that ends up dead. Prior to that day, this man did not have John O'Keefe's cell phone number. This is very interesting. He never had John O'Keefe's cell phone number prior to January 28th, 2022. He admits it right here. He says, no, I did not. Keep paying attention, folks.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes of 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before?
See, he's defensive.
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long.
I mean, look, bro. Listen, dude. I've worked in pizza, okay? I know I worked in pizza long enough and in a managerial capacity where to the point to where I feel safe saying that I know just as much about pizza shop management as he does, if not more. I could say that with confidence, okay? And I know, I understand, like the argument of, okay, well, I ordered food at the bar because I'm fucking sick and tired of the fucking food at where I work. That's an understandable argument. But the thing is that if you're busy and you are starving, you're eating, you're still going to find a moment to eat something. Somebody's going to cancel an order. Somebody's going to say, hey, I wanted this like this and I didn't get it. Usually with pizza, and with pizza, it's real easy. It's very low cost to actually make versus selling it. The profits that you make off of pizza is fucking crazy. Okay. A large pizza, okay, a 14-inch large pizza. Let's say, fuck it. Let's say a 16-inch extra large pizza. Okay. A 16-inch extra large pizza with the regular portions that you would put on of literally everything that you have to offer as toppings would cost your location maybe $4 tops. I'm talking about loading it. I'm talking about loading the fucking pizza with everything that you've got in the store, with a little bit of every single topping you have to offer, every different cheese. I'm talking to fucking everything. They want cheddar. They want fucking mozzarella. They want everything on there. Feta. Fucking everything. You're talking $4. $4. And for that pizza, they would charge you minimum $25. I'm being nice too. Minimum $25. So the profit is ridiculous. So anytime a customer, it's just bad business if a customer says, hey, I didn't want this like this. It's bad business to be that manager, which I was, by the way. So I'm just saying, but it is bad business to be that manager who's just like, I made your pizza. That's how you ordered it. What are you talking about? You don't argue with them. You just remake it. If you're a good, smart manager, and especially if you're an owner, you don't want to lose that customer. The money you're going to make repeatedly off of that repeat customer is way more important than the stupid little bit of money that you're going to have to waste remaking their pizza the way that they just asked you to remake it. So it's stupid not to do it. So I'm telling you that all throughout that shift, there was some sort of remake that took place. And when that remake takes place, even though you're sick and fucking tired of the food that you serve there at your establishment, you're still, I mean, that's what happened to me. Like when I worked for Papa John's, after fucking 6 months, dude, I like, it didn't even have it was just nourishment. It was like my stomach's growling and I'm starving. I'm not going to have a moment. I'm not going to have 30 minutes to sit down. You don't get lunch breaks. It doesn't happen. But the second that you have a moment to like sneak into the walk-in cooler with a slice of pizza and stuff it in your face, you're not going to enjoy it, but it's nourishment and you eat it. So you're not going to go your whole fucking shift without eating anything at all. Unless for some reason you don't trust the product there. That's the point I'm getting at. This guy saying, I hadn't eaten anything. I hadn't eaten anything all day. Like, dude, bullshit. Like I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying he won't eat the fucking food there. That's all I'm doing right now is building up as to why I think that food there fucking sucks. Because this guy won't even fucking eat it, even at his hungriest. And trust me, you get hungry. If you're up on your feet and you're dealing with a nonstop rush that takes place, you're going to fucking eat something. And if you're a slow restaurant, you're definitely gonna eat something, or you're gonna order something. But I'm guessing that he was busy. I'm guessing that he's saving on labor costs, because that's where you burn most of your money. You don't burn most of your money on product. You burn most of your money on labor when it comes to the pizza industry. That's a fact. Like, you're burning you're burning into your profits on spending unnecessary labor costs. So normally, if you have a busy shop and you're good at what you do, you only need you on the inside there. Maybe somebody answering phones. But with the way things are now, most people order over the internet. The orders come through on the make line right then and there. You have all your prep done. You get going and you hammer out pizzas one after the other as they come through that screen. That's it. That's all you do. Right? But you're busy because you can't afford to take it easy, because you're burning through your profits if you're paying someone to be there so you can be lazy. So I'm personally of the opinion, having much experience in the pizza industry, I am of the opinion in pizza management, I am much of the opinion that this dude couldn't fucking stand his own product. Couldn't fucking stand it. As a matter of fact, what's funny is like, the owners generally take pride in their food to the point to where they'll eat it, and they want their employees to see them eat it, and they'll order it from their employees. If the owner doesn't even work there, normally the owner will walk in and they'll say, and they want you to treat them like a customer. They want to see how you're dealing with customers. They want to see how good your service is, and they want to know how good you're serving their product. And they take pride in it. Ooh, yeah. Man, I love the and they're doing that too to get the employees to like spend money there, where it's like, we're not spending money here, dude. Like, the minute you walk out of here, we're fucking just making the shit and taking it. Like, I'm not paying for food here. No. So, I mean, when the owner doesn't even take pride in the product there, doesn't even let the employees see that he takes pride in the product there, that tells me so much about his business. It tells me so much about D&E Pizza. You will never, ever catch me ordering D&E Pizza. Ever. I know everything I need to know about it. Just by the simple fact that the owner won't even eat his own product.
Long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination?
That's a
quote,
great
I
question.
knew him.
What kind of fucking pizza shop closes at 10 on the weekend, dude? Now, I understand that even in a butt fuck country bumpkin town in the middle of fucking nowhere, maybe they close at 10 because everyone goes to bed at 10 because it's a town with a population of like 100. I get all that. But that's even rare. Even still, on the weekend, 11. You know what I mean? No fucking pizza shop in a well-populated area is going to close at 10 o'clock on the weekends who actually is interested in turning a profit. It's crazy. Your late night sales, like your drunks and your stoners, are your bread and butter. If you have hotels and motels in the area, that's your bread and butter. That is absolutely your bread and butter. The drunks and stoners who order pizza after 10 o'clock are where you're making the majority of your money. You're making your money from your lunch. You're getting great lunch sales. That's good. If you've got businesses in the area, you're doing well on lunch sales. But where you're making your real money, the stoners and drunks after 10 o'clock on the weekends. Totally. Friday and Saturday night sales are how you keep a roof over that business. That's how you keep your doors open.
From working inside Canton PD.
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection.
Correct?
I knew they knew.
Brian Higgins. You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case,
Wow.
would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them. Okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around high top table.
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
Now, is my theory sound? Because his side of the story is that they've been friends a long time, yet he admits to never having John O'Keefe's phone number prior to the date in question. Right? After John O'Keefe walks into D&E Pizza, supposedly gets a slice with his nephew, he claims that that's the first time that they exchanged phone numbers. Very first time. Right? Then he gets a text. John O'Keefe gets a text from him while he's at the Waterfall Grill, and he says, "Get over here or I'm going to fuck up your lawn," with a crying, laughing emoji. Is it unfair to speculate that the nature of the conversation that took place at D&E Pizza earlier that day was about John O'Keefe's lawn and the lack of respect coming from his household? John O'Keefe's property, the lack of respect coming from Chris Albert's household to John O'Keefe's property, the lack of respect for it. Is that unfair? Because I don't think it is. I don't think it's unfair at all. I think it makes perfect sense. I think it makes perfect sense to speculate that John O'Keefe walked into D&E Pizza to confront him about the disrespect that household has been showing his property, and then he was, okay, well, come out to the waterfall. We're going to put an end to this shit right now. And I believe Chris Albert was like, all right, everybody is sick and tired of this motherfucker. So I'm going to get him to come out there, and we're going to teach this dude a fucking lesson. We're going to get drunk, we're going to get rowdy, and we're going to rough him up a little bit. Let him know who he's fucking with. Tell him to quit being a fucking Karen. We're going to teach this guy to quit being a fucking Karen about his lawn. Because he doesn't know who he's fucking with. We're the Alberts. Is it unfair to speculate that that's what happened?
How many just have a moment? May I approach?
Sure.
Facts. Doyle rules.
I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one.
Okay. One over.
I mean, that's a little specific, but it's not unfair to speculate that either. You know what I mean? That maybe John walked in, saw all these fucking, I mean, let's fucking face it. Dude, I take one look at Julie Albert sitting on that stand, and right away, man, right away, my mind is like,
Yes!
Immediately.
True the not true that the community, as I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness
Come
was the
on.
person who sent the message or transmitted
I
it, then you
mean,
may not
come
consider it
on.
in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Yeah, he totally said it was his text, and now the jury's going to see it.
So you'd agree that the when you say it was two text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says "get over here," right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand.
I mean, the fact that he's playing dumb is everything here. The fact that Chris Albert is playing dumb as to the nature of these text messages is everything to the jury. Because it's very interesting, because at the beginning of this, I mean, Yannetti was surgical. He was making a very, very, very comfy bed. Okay? By doing that, he was basically making sure that this man sat in front of a jury and said that he was drinking, but not so intoxicated that he can't remember what was taking place that night. That his memory has not been impaired. That he was not drinking to the point of his memory being impaired. Yannetti carefully lined his questioning up like this so that the jury would have no choice. He can't play the whole I was drunk, I don't remember bullshit in front of the jury. So now we come to this, and now he's playing dumb. Because he could use the excuse, had it not already been eliminated by Yannetti in his initial questions and cross-examination. He could have played dumb and been like, fuck, man, I don't know. I was drunk. I could have sent those. Maybe. I don't even know what I was thinking when I did it. I was fucking hammered. That excuse is already, that train has came and went. The train arrived and left the station already. Gone. So now, him playing dumb in front of this jury doesn't make him seem like he just can't remember. It makes him look like a fucking liar. Him playing dumb at this point is making the jury see that he is not somebody who just happened to have been drinking. It's showing the jury that he is a fucking liar. Because he's sitting here playing dumb. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, it looks like text messages that I sent him. Dude, you sent them. You sent them. You remember everything from that night, right? And you sent those texts, right? Yeah. So the very first telephone exchange that he has with this man, he had just exchanged phone numbers with him. And the very first telephone exchange that he has with this man is a crack at him being a Karen about his lawn.
Understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying
Yeah, calm down there, Tinkerbell. We know that you sent the laughing face emoji to keep his guard down and so he felt comfortable coming over. Like, hey, we're just busting balls. We're just busted balls. But the thing is, the problem is that comes off like you were standing there with all of your buddies that you're trying to impress, your brothers and your buddies, your cop buddies and family. You're trying to impress them. Like, watch this. I'm going to send this fucking text right here. Look. I'm going to fuck up your lawn. Come over or I'm going to fuck up your lawn, right? Hit send. I'm hitting send. I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm going to hit send. Look. Boom. There it is. High five. Pat me on the ass. I mean, dude, that's totally what fucking happened. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. This dude, before he sent that text showing off to the company that he was with, the McCabe's and the other Alberts and Higgins. Why do I feel this way? Because Higgins also sent a text to John O'Keefe trying to coax him back to 34 Fairview. This is him trying to lure John O'Keefe to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. He gets there. And then after Higgins already leaves to go to 34 Fairview, he sends John O'Keefe a text while he's still at the Waterfall saying to come over to 34 Fairview. Why would I not think what I'm thinking? Why would I not be absolutely suspicious of all of that shit?
You're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. We can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with.
Well, some people might be thinking, like, why would John go there? Why would John agree to it? Karen doesn't want to go. Why would John be like, yeah, let's go. It's not because him and Karen weren't getting along. The Alberts are a powerful family, and right now he's a Boston police officer who's not getting any of their respect. And he has an opportunity now to go hang out socially with Brian Albert, the star of Boston's Finest. Somebody who is very well known and very much respected in the very department that John O'Keefe works. He has an opportunity here to become chummy with them and get on their good side, make peace with them. Because A, maybe I'll have a little bit more pull around the department. And B, maybe I'll get these fuckers to start respecting my property and not throwing beer cans on my fucking lawn anymore. Why wouldn't John O'Keefe want to go to 34 Fairview? Why wouldn't he want to commiserate with these people on a social level? Why wouldn't he want to be in a position to where he would feel accepted by them? He's in now. Karen's like, I don't want to go. I'm tired. I've got a fucking headache. I want to go home. Well, I got an opportunity here and I want to go hang out with these guys. You wouldn't understand. I don't know. Well, babe, you don't need to know. This is a cop thing and it's a guy thing and you wouldn't get it. So if you're sitting there wondering why John O'Keefe would ever agree to go hang out at 34 Fairview with these people, it's because he sees opportunity. And I'm not saying that he's an opportunist. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not implying that John O'Keefe is an opportunist. I'm saying that right now he's living his life in fear But he's a man who still has to stand up for himself. He doesn't feel comfortable. He doesn't feel comfortable confronting this guy who happens to be very powerful in the town of Canton. He doesn't feel comfortable confronting him about the disrespect that his kids are showing his property. But he's also a man, and he's like, dude, fuck that. I'm a fucking homeowner. I'm taking care of kids who aren't even mine. And I demand at least a minimum or amount of respect. And God damn it, I'm going to go like a man, and I'm going to confront somebody, and I'm going to ask them for that respect. Like a man, I'm going to go and I'm going to confront another man and ask him for that respect. And then leading up to the tragic events that take place, he's probably feeling like he's got an opportunity to become friends with these people so that they'll start to respect his property. That's an opportunity. That's an opportunity that a man would take. All right, maybe they're extending an olive branch here. What kind of an asshole am I if I take their olive branch and tell you, fuck you? I'm not going to get anything done that way. It's just going to be confrontational moving forward. If I'm just like, fuck you, tell your kids to stay off my fucking property, it's just going to be confrontational. It makes the most sense to make a friend of your enemy. It makes the most sense to try to find a peaceful resolution. If they're extending an olive branch, I'm not going to be the asshole that rejects the olive branch. I'm going to embrace the olive branch. And if they take advantage of it, well, then we'll deal with that later. But in the meantime, I'm not going to be the asshole who says, fuck you, and turn my nose up to the effort that they're making. Maybe this is their way of wanting to resolve this issue. I'm cool with that. I just want the issue resolved. That's what a man does. And that's what John O'Keefe probably did. Thank you so much. Free Karen Reed 2024. They didn't seem to socialize with John O'Keefe at the waterfall. Seemed weird that they wanted him to go there, but then hardly speak to him, if at all. Agreed. They barely acknowledged him in the footage that we saw. And I understand he wasn't that close to them, you know? But when he shows up, he's saying hello. Everybody's like, hey, what's up, yo? And he's like, hey, and he gives everybody a small hug and a handshake. And, you know, I've seen that. We've all been part of strange social circles where somebody is not exactly accepted, but yet everybody is very cordial to them anyway. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. God, you believe this fucking bitch with that fucking hair? Look at this fucking bitch. How the fuck is she gonna leave the house with all that fucking eye makeup on? Oh, hey girl, it's good to see you. Oh my God. Tell me that shit doesn't happen. Oh, come here. Oh, girl, your hair looks great. Holy shit, what'd you do to it? 2 seconds earlier. Look at her fucking hair. I mean, come on, get real.
Girlfriend Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when?
So, you guys remember Goodfellas? Here's an example. Remember Goodfellas? I'm getting the Goodfellas, the bar vibe, where Henry Hill is behind the bar. Billy Batts just gets out of prison. Go home and get your fucking shine box, right? And then they're like, all right, yeah, okay, keep that motherfucker here. Keep that motherfucker here. Meanwhile, so Joe Pesci takes his date home. And what is Ray Liotta and Robert De Niro doing while he's out and he says, keep him here? Keep him here? How do we keep him here? Well, we buy drinks. We get them drunks. Hey, the drinks are on the house. Drinks on the house. That's what De Niro says, right? Keep them comfortable. So John O'Keefe shows up. These guys are all, hey, yo. How do we get him back to the fucking house? We got to get this motherfucker back to the house. What, we're going to whoop his ass here? No. Take him back to the house. Get him to go back to the house. Hey, yeah, you're one of us. Come hang out, man. Come hang out. Yeah. Higgins wants to fuck his girlfriend. Chris wants him to shut the fuck up about Colin. Brian wants him to shut the fuck up about Colin. Colin wants him to shut the fuck up. Everybody's got a reason to whip John O'Keefe's ass. Everyone does. So they make him comfortable. They make him feel like he's part of the group. And then they lure him back to 34 Fairview.
When John and Karen arrived.
Wait, I missed a super chat here. Sorry about that. Solomon Grundy, thank you so much. So Mr. Roberts can hear Karen Reed telling his wife's phone, but no one heard John O'Keefe telling for help. Sure, I know that the autocorrect on super chats are bad. I wish I understood that better. I'm sorry, Solomon Grundy. Thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate it. But yeah, I can't make that out.
Arrived.
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right. And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, but I did notice, Karen Reed had a glass under her coat. I noticed that, but I wasn't paying attention. No, I wasn't paying attention to anything that might help this defense. Just so you know.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you didn't,
interactions.
You didn't.
All right, let's try this again.
Any tension.
And we'll see what Cuck Church thinks here.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Solomon Grundy, thank you again. So, Mr. Roberts heard Karen Reed yelling through his wife's phone, but no one heard John O'Keefe yelling for help 12 feet from the house. Get the fuck out of here. That's right. Probably gagged him. Yeah, I mean, well, he was unconscious. I see. I'm of the opinion, Solomon Grundy. I see what you're saying, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm of the opinion that he was already unconscious and on the verge of death when they dumped him out in the front lawn. I think most of us are in agreement with that, simply because that would explain Jennifer McCabe's 2:27 a.m. Google search of "House Long to Die in Cold."
Between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
Right. See, you guys are on the
I
same
wouldn't even have
page as
thought
I
about
am.
it.
You guys are right on my track of thinking here. Little Irish Girl stating 3 liters of blood that he lost, but not found outside where he was found. So, I would assume that much blood spooked the people inside that house, and they assumed that he was going to die if they didn't think that he was already dead. But based on Jennifer McCabe's Google search, they think they at least expected him to die. And I suspect that to be due to the fact that he lost so much blood. They saw the loss of blood and they were like, no way he's going to survive that. Let's just throw him out in the front lawn, say he got hit by a car. Solomon Grundy, thank you so much. I agree. Just using their theory, he was hit, right? Shaking my head. Agreed. Totally. Thank you.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
I love Yannetti. He's just so he's so condescending with his questions. In like the words that he uses, the language he uses here. He's like, would you say that you've exhausted your memory? He wanted Chris Albert to go, what? What do you mean? Exhausted my memory? What are you talking about? He wanted this reaction.
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Okay. Pre-K Read 2024. Thank you again. Chris Albert, Julie Albert clearly rehearsed the timeline. Chris Albert said he was home by 12:10, and Julie Albert said the exact same. Julie Albert didn't know Yannetti got him to say that he got home later. Right. Exactly. Yeah, this comes later, but you're absolutely correct. Which is fantastic. Genius shit here. And like this defense is fantastic. And someone was just like, Chris Albert was clearly coached. If you're just joining me, no, I disagree with that. I do not believe that Chris Albert was coached. I believe that Lolly was coached. I'm going to say that again. I do not believe that when it came to preparation for this testimony that Lolly coached Chris Albert, which is his job to do. By the way, it's his witness. I believe that Chris Albert actually coached Lolly. I believe that Chris Albert is the boss there, and he seems to think that he is such a boss that he can actually boss Yannetti around. And Yannetti lets him know at least twice who the boss is in that scenario, where he is on the stand and Yannetti is asking the questions. And Chris Albert doesn't like it. The fact that Chris Albert has any lack of control in this cross-examination, the fact that it bothers him, any lack of control that becomes apparent here bothers him. And that tells me that he has so much control that little bit of a lack of control that happens from Yannetti, that Yannetti shows the jury, really gets under his skin. And make no mistake, Yannetti wants the jury to see this.
I think we need to back it up. Maybe start. If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Now, this is important because this shows the timestamp of when Chris Albert leaves, which is clearly not in line with what he testified to. What we're not seeing, I skipped through it. I didn't watch his direct examination, but there was a lot of weird grab assing taking place between a lot of little roughhousing that takes place amongst juveniles and douchebags. So I'm going to lean towards the latter, since these are law enforcement officers who are playing grab ass all over the bar in public like this. And they were clearly gearing up. These people were clearly hyped up Solomon Grundy, thank you so much. It is so evident that they are trying their best to hide Colin Albert, that that little steroid freak will have his day. Auntie Beverage can't save you, buddy. Agreed. Auntie Bev can't save you, buddy. It's not happening.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
That's what that was. Who's the tougher Brian? Oh, my name's Brian too. Oh, my name's Brian. So let's see who's tougher.
Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay.
And Jen did say that they flipped him over. So where was his phone?
Viewed that video with the timestamp.
If they flipped him over, how did his phone end up underneath him?
12:13 and about 43 seconds or so. Does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now,
You hear the gallery murmuring
it was
there?
about maybe a 7-minute walk.
Listen close.
Now, 10, correct?
Correct.
Now,
There you go.
it
Everyone
was
heard that.
about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall
we
to
go.
Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home.
Hmm.
I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall, and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because, again, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think.
Can I see Councilor Tadlock for just a second, please?
I'm gonna see counsel at sidebar. I'm gonna see counsel at sidebar, please. This lady with her fucking sidebars. Swear to God.
I think we're not to connection. It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home.
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up only because like we got a lot to go over, and we're already 3 hours in. So.
Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, that the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day
Correct.
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that time, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In my
home?
bedroom.
And is this a townhouse or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
Why does him talking faster and sniffling seem much more honest here?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
Yeah.
and washed up?
But I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't do either of those
No.
things? Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to?
Cochino, bañate.
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after.
Lávate la boca, cochino.
After.
Within 5 minutes or so?
Hay que cepillar los dientes, cochino.
10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said, and understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walked up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35.
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
And you testified to that on direct examination. That was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to be as accurate as possible.
Trying to be correct.
So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most
part of the
teenagers,
year
Colin drank
he was
alcohol with his buddies, correct?
he was
Correct.
16, and then the other part
Can
of
you
the year
explain, for the jury
when he had a
who or what
birthday, he
is
was another
Nevercracker?
age.
What is Nevercracker?
Older, I believe.
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts.
Wow,
as
dude.
Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about.
Okay. Like, chill the fuck out before, like, I mean, don't, you could see that he's angry. Okay. You could see that old Twinkle Toes here, old Mr. Sniffles is a little testy. All right. Immediately gets defensive when there's this conflict brought up about his son and John O'Keefe. But yet there's no way to deny. Like, you deny this way too early. If I were you, I would just shut the fuck up and let the dude you coached object, because you just got caught being a liar. You're about to be caught being a liar because you're lying right now, and Yannetti's about to show the jury that you're a fucking liar again. Amy gifted 5 memberships. Amy in Boston, thank you so much. Will Warren, Lisa Oldhams, Kim, Babs, and Interspace, welcome. Congrats, guys. Thank you. Amy in Boston, appreciate you. So Mr. Nevercracker is the nickname given to John O'Keefe because he's the get off my lawn guy, who he admits is the get off my lawn guy. His wife, Julie, has John O'Keefe saved into her contacts as Mr. Nevercracker. And she showed it to Karen Reed to show her that they make fun of him and call him Mr. Nevercracker. And he was there when she did it. And then he denies that it's because of a conflict that took place between Colin Albert and John O'Keefe because Colin Albert won't respect John O'Keefe's property. walks on his lawn, throws beer cans in his lawn, so on and so forth.
About things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you.
See, he's incredibly defensive now to this line of questioning. It's very telling.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John
So
didn't like people cutting.
no, that was my youngest son. I'm going to throw him under the bus in order to protect my middle son.
Through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Or is that his oldest? I don't know if Colin's his oldest. Is Colin his oldest?
Invited kids to cut through
I
his
think it
lawn.
is his oldest. Colin's his oldest.
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is never cracked, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get
Yes
up after
or
I'm
no?
done. I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no,
Yes
he's not a,
or
no.
All right.
So no. Okay.
Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house
That is correct.
and you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Thank you.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was.
That's right. Thank
He
you.
didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your
Appreciate
hand and
it.
take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in his hand.
Hey, Scott McGinnis, member for 6 months. Thanks, buddy. Congrats to my daughter, a registered nurse grad. Fuck yeah, man. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, man. Congratulations, Scott McGinnis. It's awesome. You guys show some love to Scott McGinnis, man. Scott McGinnis is always out there. Has been out there daily every time there's a hearing for both either Karen Reed or Turtleboy, as well as the protests that are organized by Resistance to Silence, Dana and Paul and Tracy, and always out there, right there with Tom. Scott McGinnis is fantastic and gives fantastic news interviews as well. So congrats, Scott. Much love.
In their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Yes.
Christina.
I mean, yeah, he can't like.
Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in his hand, in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
I mean, that's fair. You know what I mean? Like, an objection to that is fair. It's like, how the fuck you expect me to speculate on what a fucking cartoon character is gonna like or not like, dude? You know what I mean? Like, you expect me to tell a jury what I think a cartoon character likes or doesn't fucking like? Come on, man. That's the one thing that I was just like, okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Object and sustain that shit.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Yes.
Christina.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain.
This is
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
that's real political there, buddy.
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then that's It's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
I mean, that's just exudes the character of a selectman, a Canton selectman, right there, straddling a fence post, taking pictures with their thumbs up on the property of somebody who asked you to watch their house, and I mean, you're sending pictures taunting him. Yeah, that's great. It's great, dude.
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
I mean, he's not coming off like he doesn't know. He's not coming off like that at all. Whenever his son Colin is brought up, he's incredibly defensive. He's quick to answer. He's quick to answer no, definitively, or I have no idea. I don't know. He gets very, very defensive. And based on his behavior right here, the implication in Yannetti's questioning is that Colin Albert is the one who took the photograph of him and his wife straddling John O'Keefe's fence in order to taunt him. So, I mean, tell me tell me Colin Albert took the photo without telling me Colin Albert took the photo. Chris, seriously.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that he took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And with the court's permission, maybe be published for the jury.
Okay.
With regard to that first photo.
Looking great,
is
buddy.
well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
That's some selectman shit right there. Fantastic, buddy. Real good. Real good. So let's go down a checklist real quick. Chris Albert claims that him and John O'Keefe are friends. Chris Albert testifies that he does not exchange phone numbers until the day before, well, kind of the day of John O'Keefe's death. Okay? So they're friends. They don't exchange numbers until the day that John O'Keefe is found dead, pretty much. And the wife has John O'Keefe's phone number, and the wife has his saved into her phone as Nevercracker or whatever the fuck the guy's name is, as the get off my lawn guy. And since he's saved as the get off my lawn guy, now they have this picture taken of John O'Keefe's house where they are on John O'Keefe's fence, straddling it. They take a picture. Somebody takes a picture of the two of them, these grown-ups, one of them who sits on the Canton Select Board. They take a picture of the two of them, and then they send it to John after he asked them to house sit. Even though, or according to them, he asked them to house sit. But regardless, he obviously doesn't like people fucking around on his property. They think that he's being a Karen, so they do everything they can to piss him off. They do everything they can to take jabs at him for being a get off my lawn Karen type.
The second photo, please.
So here's another picture.
That is
Oh,
also,
look.
John's house in the background there.
Correct.
And again,
Oh, look, I'm on your property. Oh, look, I'm still touching the fence, but oh, look, I'm on your property. That's not what that says right there. That's not to be taken as such. Come on, people. This is unreal.
and that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo down. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent?
Practical jokes among friends who he didn't even have his friend's phone number at the time. That's his friend, but he didn't even have his phone number. She did, and she logged him into her contact as Nevercracker, the get off my lawn guy. And then they text pictures of him of Chris Albert and her taunting him. So
you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night.
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022, after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later.
Colin Albert was not at 34 Fairview the night of January 29th, 2022. Colin Albert was not at 34 Fairview.
Later that morning, correct?
Correct.
Let me have a moment. Proctor on February 10th. Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't remember.
This needs to stop.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being selectman. Were you selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
Well after January 28th, 2022.
Yes.
And
Hold on a second.
The first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence.
Okay, so he said, I need to be correct. That's why I played it again. He said that he had already left before John O'Keefe had entered the residence.
But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence.
When they arrived outside the residence, that he left already. Okay, but we just found out that that's not true. We just found out that's not true.
There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic.
So, again, because I've gone over this and I've gone over this. Jennifer McCabe was John O'Keefe's friend, right? Why didn't she identify John O'Keefe as a police officer when she called 911 to report that John was out there in the snow? Why didn't she knock on the door to try to wake up Brian Albert, since he is a trained first responder, to try to save John's life? Why didn't she run in there while she was calling 911 to try to get blankets when she saw that she didn't see any blankets? Why, if she's such a cooperating witness, why did she have her attorney file a motion for her not to have to testify? Why wouldn't she want to testify? Why wouldn't she want to do her part to get justice for her fallen friend? Why would she why would she Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m., delete it, then lie about it?
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to pick up on a question and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
It was on February 10th.
February 10th.
13 days later.
That 2 state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, when you say you knew them.
Him. I'm sorry, him.
Okay, and who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was.
Okay, see, now this is beautiful right there because he got her to bring up the name Michael Proctor. He didn't even have to bring it up. He got her to say it. Not only did he get her to admit that she knew Michael Proctor, she got her to be the one to bring his name up. The jury sees this. The jury heard this.
Was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. We'll strike.
Too late. Too late. Too late. She said yes. Look at her face right there. That is the face of somebody who realizes that she fucked up. Because the jury heard that shit. Plain and simple. And I misspoke when I was covering the trial live. And I said that it was Michael Proctor's kids. It was her sister. It was Michael Proctor's sister's kids who she had babysat for. And that she just admitted to. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get through this because I can in order to manage time.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children.
Objection.
You need a time frame, Stephen.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Why?
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer. And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
So yeah, just to give some context, those of you who just started following the case, the reason why Beverly Canoni, the judge, is referred to as Auntie Bev, that started with Turtleboy because Colin had apparently told Turtleboy when Turtleboy was allegedly intimidating witnesses by, simply asking him questions like a journalist is to do. Colin lashed out and said that he would bury Turtleboy under Auntie Bev's cottage. So Colin Albert, the person who is part of this third-party culprit defense, Colin Albert, whose whereabouts cannot be accounted for except for 34 Fairview Road, Colin Albert referred to Beverly Canoni before this trial, long before this trial even started, as Auntie Bev. Oh, it wasn't Colin. Sorry. It wasn't Colin. Excuse me. It was Sean McCabe. Excuse me. It was the McCabes. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah. So Sean McCabe. Thank you guys for correcting me on that. So it was Sean McCabe when Turtleboy was questioning him or trying to, get an interview with him. Sean McCabe referred to Judge Beverly Cannone as Auntie Bev. And so ever since then, she has been known as Auntie Bev. Yeah. Yeah, there is a Sean and a Matt. Matt is Jen McCabe's husband. Fredo McCabe, right.
You were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection, move to strike.
That objection sustained.
Yeah. Even I get confused. Guys, I've been covering this for months, and even I get confused, man, because there's a lot of names. A lot of names. Like, we haven't even gotten through half of the names here. And there have been a lot of people to testify here so far. So please excuse me. I do get names mixed up. I do apologize for that. And yes, and who did what and who said what, and there are many different, like, as people state here, tentacles to this case. There's a lot of shit. There are things that are connected to the case that are not part of the case necessarily. Names, a lot of people. So I do apologize if I get things mixed up. I love this community because I can count on you guys to catch me with a safety net when I fuck up. So I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate that and how much I've appreciated it since I started exploring this case. I started talking about this case totally improvising. I went into this case and I went live blind. I said, all right, let's explore this together. I've never looked into this. I've got all of the paperwork here. I've got all of this, all of the witness statements. I've got all of the documents here, and I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to count on you guys to help me out through it. And you guys have done that, and look at where we are now. So thank you guys so much.
Away with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
Sure.
Yeah, big shout out to Turtleboy for sure.
Say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to? Did you say very rarely? You talk
Phone.
to Courtney Proctor by
Usually
phone?
it's text.
But do you stand by?
Yet Eddie was like, did you just fucking say very rarely? Did you just fucking say that shit out loud in open court? Hold on a second.
Testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now?
Yeah. Hold my beer, Judge.
Let me ask you this.
Let me get you that time frame.
Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
There we go.
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
That's a goddamn
Are you
lie.
aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
You said very rarely. You said those words, lady.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
12 minutes on February 1st. Now think about this, folks. 12 minutes on February 1st, the day Karen Reed gets arrested. Okay? For the murder of John O'Keefe. She gets arrested. February 1st. All right? And she has a 12-minute conversation with the sister of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor. Then she isn't questioned or interviewed, even though she was at 34 Fairview that night. A strong potential witness. She's at 34 Fairview the night of, on the 29th, and she's not officially interviewed until February 10th. Think about that shit for a second. So February 1st, she has a 12-minute phone call with the sister of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor. Right? Chumming it up. Oh, hey, girl. Right? Then she doesn't even get officially interviewed for 10 days after that. 10 fucking days after that. She doesn't get officially interviewed. And she gets officially interviewed by who? Michael Proctor, the sister of the person that she was just talking to. Or the brother of the person that she was talking to for 12 minutes, the day Karen Reed is arrested. That's a coincidence, folks. That's a coincidence. Get the fuck out of my face.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach.
They all live there now.
Whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to me.
Right. No, I just want to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle.
Yannetti, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, God forbid he tries to be nice to the witness on the stand. Like, I just got these. He's not even sure. He's trying to tell her he's not sure if they're going to be much help, and then Bev just has to be a fucking asshole. Mr. Yannetti, just bring him up.
It's the third line.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall this.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't. It does not refresh your memory. That's what you have to do.
You're a little cunt.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did,
Stop playing
obviously, if it was on
dumb.
that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
Okay, why can't she testify as to the nature of that phone call? Now, I would say, if I had to guess, for legal reasons, I would say it's because she already claimed that she doesn't recall having the conversation. So every time he asks about the nature of the conversation, he's badgering. So it's asked and answered. Like, that's the way they're looking at it. That's basically the justification for Lolly objecting and Judge Bev sustaining it. That's the justification. The legal justification for that is the fact that she's already claimed that she doesn't remember actually having the conversation. So how could she remember details of the conversation? So that's what's going on here. But we all know that she's full of shit. Like, let's just be fucking honest. She's full of shit. We all know that you had a conversation. An incident took place. An incident took place at your brother and sister-in-law's house where a police officer died. It's all over the news. And then the day that someone gets arrested for it, you speak to the lead investigator's sister, who is friends with your family, and you don't remember the nature of the phone call. Get the fuck out of my face with that. Stop it.
You discussed.
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
3 times.
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily your family
Right.
was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And
Right.
you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Right.
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to family members?
Not necessarily.
No, I mean.
You serious?
You would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So, folks, why don't we end here? Right?
Like, you talk to everybody in the world about this case, but not the person where it's documented that you spoke to the days that are the most relevant to this case. Let me say that one more time. So you talked to fucking everybody that you knew, maybe not friends, I don't know. Everybody that you knew about this case, because it was on the news, right? But you spoke to everybody about this case, but not the person that it's actually documented that you spoke to the days that are the most relevant in regards to this case. Get out of my face with that shit. You're a fucking liar. You are a fucking liar, lady. Stop it. Oh my God. One more thing I want to go over. Because this is just very funny to me. This is outside of the courtroom today. This is Yannetti, just after what we just watched took place.
Mr. Yannetti, were you hired before 10 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 by William Reed?
Sir, I only talk to the press. I'm sorry.
Hold on, this show's a kid, so I'm only gonna play the audio again. But
Reed?
Sir, I only talk to the press. I'm sorry.
Well, that just shows you're a coward, Mr. Yannetti, in my opinion. In my opinion.
He's more of a man than you'll ever be.
Oh, be nice. Well, at least he smiled.
Stop asking stupid questions.
Be nice. Good. How are you? Oh, that's adorable. Have a good day.
so here at this point, this is earlier where Karen Reed and Alan Jackson were accepting these very gracious, heartfelt gifts from a child who made Karen Reed gifts out of the kindness of her heart. This is, just one of the sweetest things ever. And it's perfectly innocent. Mom is okay with, the kid showing this and their cameras being around. I just personally, the way I've always run my channel, I prefer not to show kids on this channel. That's all. Not to say anything bad about anybody who filmed the kids. It has nothing to do with that. I honestly don't think there's anything wrong with it. Me personally, I prefer just to, a lot of weirdos out there. So I like to be as protective as I can. That's just my personal preference of how I run my channel. That's all. But let's watch the rest, or let's at least listen to the rest of Grant's video here.
That's very adorable.
It's a condescending prick. That's very adorable.
That was great. How great was that?
Yes, honey. I got her. She's good. She don't need to be on your Twitter.
No, I'm not going to put her on my Twitter.
Yeah, I mean,
She's going to be in the New York Post, I'll tell you that. Oh, come on. Be nice.
I'm not going to write dirt about her. She don't need to be on your Twitter.
No, I'm not going to put her on my Twitter.
Guys, I'm literally looking at this little girl on his Twitter right now. I'm playing it. I'm just not showing you what I'm seeing, but I'm literally watching this video off of Grant's Twitter showing this little girl who he just said he was not going to put on his Twitter. Okay, Grant.
She's going to be in the New York Post, I'll tell you that. Oh, come on. Be nice.
I'm not going to write dirt about her.
I'm not going to write dirt about her. Be nice.
Oh, it's swapping.
Oh. Good job. Have a good day.
Or we'll trade back next time.
Oh. I don't care who you are. That's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
We're swapping.
How can you not? Yeah, thank you. No, it fell out. I mean, come on. How can you not find it? My attention is where it needs to be.
Oh my goodness. School's gonna be like, what do you do with the kid all day? You know, send her to school.
Oh,
Treat her
no.
about her rights.
I'm not going to let anybody say that. Oh.
I mean, Grant's just not a good reporter, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Grant's just not a good reporter. We're talking about a guy who tried to spread a rumor, you know, that Karen Reed was sleeping with Alan Jackson. Like, I mean, first of all, that's just like stupid low hanging fruit. I mean, that's 1970s Inquirer bullshit, stuff that they wouldn't even touch today. You know what I mean? That's just, it's absolute bullshit, and it's just not even smart. It's not even good investigative reporting. Like, think about, dude, Grant, if you've ever been with a woman, bro, which I don't believe you have, but you if you understand anything about women, women have a type, and this is nothing against Alan Jackson. I think Alan Jackson's a very dapper, very good looking, got a lot going on. You know, I get that, and absolutely 100%. But I don't think that he's Karen Reed's type. You look at him, and then you look at John O'Keefe. These are very different people, very different types. You know, John O'Keefe was a 6'2" roughneck cop. You know, nice guy, but you know, 6'2", he's a cop, likes the physical action. You know, not to the point to where he wants to play grab ass with a bunch of other dudes at a bar, but to the point to where, you know, I mean, it's women are very particular, dude. Women have a type. That's the luxury that women have over men. Women are way more likely to have a type than men. Now, some of us men have types as well, but we're more likely to sway from that type than women are, because women have the luxury of being a lot more choosier than men. But the fact is, yeah. I mean, if I'm looking at Karen Reed, you know, Alan Jackson's just not her type. So, I mean, if you're going to print something, if you're going to print a rumor, at least make it a somewhat believable one, Grant. You know, I mean, it's not. It doesn't mesh. It just doesn't mesh.
What's up, lady? How you doing?
You want to take off the bag?
You don't leave them.
What? You want to write down?
Round peg in a square hole. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to sue Grant for? His mom's fucking rusty
Her
Porsche?
name is Jessica.
Jessica Fritz. She's so cute. She comes up to me sometimes. I say, "God bless you."
She's so cute.
She's cute.
Sorry. Where you going, my love bud?
Sorry. Oh, it's such a nice moment, though. Yeah.
Miss Carol. Carol loves you.
I don't think it's a GoFundMe, but he definitely begs on his Twitter for lunch food. Yeah, he does, and weed. Oh my God, Grant, you kill me, buddy. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up, guys. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. I think we're probably gonna hear from Jen McCabe. That's the rumor, that Jen McCabe is gonna be testifying. And Turtleboy thinks it's probably gonna be Proctor. I don't know, but either one, fantastic. I can't wait for, if I'm being totally honest. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me a second time today. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of the new subscribers and everybody who hit the like. And thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I don't normally do the recaps because I'm hanging out with you guys and I'm just trying to fit in certain things in my day. But I'm going to try to do more of these recaps, at least more during the the half days. When the half days happen, I want to try to do recaps as well. I'm going to still stream the trial in real time, and then Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't. Yeah, Turtle Boy didn't say Proctor. He said Brian Albert. So Turtle Boy thinks it might be Brian Albert because Brian Albert did walk into the courthouse today. So I'm curious about that. So again, I got my names mixed up. I apologize. But it's also rumored that it's going to be Jen McCabe too. So anyways, guys, I love you very much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. We will do this again very soon, my friends.